class? What do you think? I know it's last second.
Yeah, we can. So I'll announce.
I
I'll call her up to do the
jumped on for a handful of minutes, and then it was that, and then I came in and it was like question. I'm just like,
It's going to be there.
to me, I was just like, I'm not. I got other stuff to do with my time.
The guy just kept saying that's a very good question. Thank you for asking that.
Okay. So
I just had to put it on. I was working on doing it, but I had it on the screen.
So hold on 1 second.
Yes, sir. Memento.
So do you have an extra pen?
I do. Is that one not working?
I don't have it.
Oh,
If you get to 50.
let me know if that one works.
It's not that I take 2 minutes.
What a lively start here.
Yes. Will you let yourself?
You could like order in the board.
Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone to the regular scheduled board meeting of the Cordova Recreation and Park District Board of Directors on Wednesday, November 20th, 2024, 6:30 p.m.
Members of the public can view the meeting live on YouTube, and the link is posted on the agenda. Members of the public are hereby notified that meetings of the Board of Directors are recorded. Requests for the video and audio recordings may be made to the clerk of the board. At this time, I'd like to welcome up the Haven family to lead us in the pledge, and after the pledge, General Manager Patrick Larkin will say a few words, and there will be a photo opportunity.
The whole Haven thing.
Please join me in the pledge.
Well, we can't see you. Where are you?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. I have a couple words to say for this amazing community family of ours. So Taylor Haven and her family are amazing community activists in Rancho Cordova. Taylor works at the CCC as an event specialist, and she is the vice chair for our PMRID committee. Taylor and her husband, Matt, son Davis, and daughter Romy, and their Pembroke Welsh cardigan, Corgi, Barbara, cue Barbara, amazing, are on the cover of the Recreation Guide for the fall-winter season, with a family bio on page 4 of the Rec Guide. Matt Haven has advocated and applied for City of Rancho Cordova Measure H funds to help fund the construction of Williamson Park. He canvassed his neighborhood to get signatures and support for the application. We appreciate his efforts in applying for the funds, which unfortunately have not been approved by the city. For 2 years, unfortunately. Thank you to the Haven family, and we look forward to seeing your continued passion and growth as our community leaders. And with that, I'm going to ask that the board come down, and we're going to take a photo with the Havens. And Barbara is getting, I guess, autographs or asked for autograph paw parks or whatever. So you guys are great examples for our rec guide, so thank you for being our models. We'll balance it out on this side.
Oh, look, you're gonna be stuck next to Barbara.
Barbara in the middle.
Out of the shadows. Out of the shadows.
Barbara, you wanna look over here?
Act like you like each other, don't we?
Look. Say cheese. Cheese. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
That was a good practicing. High
There's more dog parks.
Yeah.
More dog parks.
My best friend just got one, and they're supposed to have no tail.
Thanks for coming out in this weather.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Haven family. Let's move on to item number 2, standing action item.
Item number 2, standing action item, AB 2449 requests. This is the portion of the meeting where we deal with any request to join remotely through AB 2449. We received no requests and will list it as no action taken.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's move on to roll call.
Director Yearwood?
Here.
Director Mattis?
Here.
Secretary Langen?
Here.
Vice Chair Sloan?
Here.
Chair Danzel?
Here. Thank you, ma'am. Let's move on to item B, consent, comments by the public on non-agenda items.
Members of the public may address the board on topics within the district's jurisdiction that are not listed on this agenda. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. It is a violation of state law for the board to discuss or take action on non-agenda items. Board members may only briefly ask clarifying questions or refer the matter to staff. And at this time, I have no requests.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's move on to item C, consent calendar.
Consent calendar items are considered administratively routine and will be acted upon in one motion unless separate action on a specific item is necessary. The chairperson will consider any requests for discussion on the items prior to approval of the consent calendar. This evening, we have 6 items for your consideration. Item C1 will need to be pulled for a separate vote as Director Mattis was absent for the October 16, 2024 meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have any items from the public that need to be concerned?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Board members?
Yes, I'd like to pull C3, 4, 5, and 6, please.
Thank you. Director Yearwood? Any?
Oh, no.
Director Langman? Or Secretary Lang, sorry?
No.
Vice Chair Sloan?
There's not much left.
Okay,
I'll say no, no.
okay. And myself, no. So let's go to, you said 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6?
No, just 3 through 6.
3, 4, 3. So do I have a motion to approve items C2 and C6?
No, C6 I'm pulling.
Or, okay,
C1 and C1's, so C2 is
So-
the only
so
one that's
two.
open.
so C2.
I move we pass C2.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Sloan. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Director Mattis. Roll call.
Director Yearwood?
Aye.
Director Mattis?
Aye.
Secretary Langen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Sloan?
Aye.
And Chair Danzel?
Aye. Let's move on to item C1.
I move the board approve consent calendar item C1.
Second.
I have a motion by Director Yearwood, second by Secretary Langdon. Roll call vote.
Director Yearwood?
Aye.
Director Mattis?
Abstain?
Secretary Langen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Sloan?
Aye.
Chair Danzel?
Aye. Let's move on to item C3. Director Mattis.
Yes, so this is just the report then from PMRAD for 23, 24. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then when can we expect to see PMRAD for 24, 25, or 25 for this next year?
So I'll defer it over to Matt Goodell.
It'll be about the same time, because we have to close the year, go through that process, come up with the financial statements, and then have PMRAD have their meeting and approve it, and then we bring it to you.
Now, do we have any input on what PMRAD is going to approve? Because sometimes there's projects that constituents tell us what they would like to see, and those aren't done, and we put that through our channels that we can. But I just want to make sure, is there a way that we can help PMRAD, or we can meet with them and kind of see what's going on? Because we hear from our constituents what we'd like to have in our parks, or things need to be fixed.
Right, and we collect that information district-wide, not just PMRAD, to have a CIP meeting and talk about those projects. That's where the input happens.
Let me make
But-
a little correction, though. The PMRAD is not an approving body. It is an advisory board.
Okay.
And so the board ultimately has all decision-making power. They, just for that area of our district, review a CIP project specific to that area, not the entire district. And from there, it gets recommended that they go through, and then it comes to the board. And so the board has several opportunities through the budget cycle to be involved with a CIP, dedication of what projects they would like to do. But it's important to know that the PRMID does not have the authority and the power to approve something and then the board accepts it.
Okay.
So that's just one of
So
the
the
things.
initial list goes to them, and then if we have input, it would go back to them? Okay.
100%,
So I
yes.
just want to make sure that
Yeah.
gets done this year. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is that the only question on C3?
That's it, yeah.
Okay, do I hear a motion to approve or disapprove item C3?
I move that we approve C3.
I have a motion by Director Mattis. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
I have a second by Vice Chair Sloan. Roll call vote.
Director Irwin?
Aye.
Director Mattis?
Aye.
Secretary Langen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Sloan?
Aye.
Chair Danzel?
Aye. Let's move on to item C4. Director Mattis.
And the same on this one here, so we have an advertised date of November 21st to the 28th. Due date of December 13th, or is it January 24th for people to submit for C4 and C5? Are they both the same?
So December 13th is written questions. So what
Okay.
will happen is the RFQ will go out.
This is on both of them?
Correct.
Okay.
And so what happens is they'll take a look at it, right? They'll read over it, and if there's any questions, any qualifying questions they want, they'll submit those to Rick Smith. And then what he does is he compiles those questions, and he'll then send those out to all of the respondents for the RFQ, RFP. And so those are just the written questions. But the responses are due back, professional services proposals are due back on January 24th.
Okay.
And we'll post those questions to our website so that all, anybody who's looking to put in an RFQ or RFP can take a look at that.
And then now, since we're heading into Thanksgiving next week, and then we're gonna have Christmas, and usually developers and people that do this kind of stuff take a week, 2 weeks off of Christmas, do we think maybe moving it to February would be better? I mean, because we didn't get any responses last time for the center. That's why we're doing it again.
This total different RFQ, RFP
Is
than
it?
the
Okay.
center property. So that was to operate actually the shooting range at the time.
That's, okay.
Yeah, and so this one is not to operate, it's really a feasibility study. So it's kind of like a mini master plan, right? A mini optimized plan that we just did. So
Okay.
this is to take a look at both of those projects and just, it's kind of work that they'll be able to get done
that
in a
time?
month and a
Okay.
half, yeah.
As long as you feel comfortable with that then.
Yeah,
Okay.
no doubt. Now, of course, if we don't get any responses or
Can we extend it?
of course. I mean,
Okay.
we would take a look at that and maybe rework it and then send it back out. Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
and we
you.
also, on top of putting out the proposals, right, we've got, the SACB that we put it out, our website, then we have our own, another website that we put it out. We also have a master list of consultants that we work with, and we'll email those out to all of those consultants as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because today's is the first day that advertised, so
Sure.
it doesn't get advertised today until tomorrow, so.
No doubt.
Okay,
I appreciate
perfect.
that. Thanks for the
All right,
feedback.
Thank you. So I move that we approve C4, C5.
I have a motion by Director Mattis. Do I hear a second?
Second?
Second by Secretary Langen. Roll call vote.
Director Irwin?
Aye.
Director Mattis?
Aye.
Secretary Langen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Sloan?
Aye.
Chair Danzel?
Aye. Item C6. Director Mattis.
And then now C6, so on the sheet that we're destroying the shredding 2012 through 21 board stuff, is that just board agendas and packets? And all that's digitized now on the cloud, on the Google Drive?
Yeah, there's a large portion that is digitized already, and this is just for the printed files that
The
we
printed
have in our
files.
storage room that are eligible
But
for
those are on
destruction.
Google Drive, though?
They're either
backed
on
up.
Google Drive or we have them in our files.
Okay, and then what about the years prior to that? Do we have backups of those?
Still going through storage at this point,
Okay.
so I don't have that exact information, but we can look
Okay.
into that.
And then the correspondence, what kind of, is that just like the magazines, emails, or what is that?
So, yeah, similar. So general correspondence, so magazines, pamphlets, flyers, things that we would consider general correspondence under the government code as listed in our records management program.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on item C6?
That's it. Now I approve, I would like to make a motion to approve C6.
I have a motion by Director Mattis,
I'll second that motion.
second by Vice Chair Sloan. Roll call vote.
Director Irwin?
Aye.
Director Mattis?
Aye.
Secretary Langen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Sloan?
Aye.
Chair Danzel?
Aye. Item D, presentations. There are none. Let's move on to item E, committee reports.
Item E1 is the Budget and Finance Standing Committee on October 21st, 2024, and directors present were Langen and Irwin.
I will let the two of you decide who's going to speak first.
Shall I?
Go right ahead.
All right, I shall. All right. Yes, we met a few weeks back. Our CFO Goodell put together a wonderful packet. Some font work needed to be done. Hopefully that was taken care of. Somebody's got an eagle eye.
Very true.
Wow. It was a great report. We had an unmodified opinion, which with no audit findings, which was wonderful, wonderful. Lots of accomplishments. Just kind of looking over here. A lot of grant support, multiple projects. I had written down one number that I found very interesting, and I, of course, left my notes at home. So I'm going to ask you, so when it comes to property tax, we get what percentage of 1%?
We get 2.8% of the 1%.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a mighty number. So
Yeah.
that always amazes me, that that's what we have to work with when it comes to general funding, property taxes. 2.8%. Again, everything is looking good. Things have, in the last 10 years, have really gone gangbusters with all the development and everything like that. So our budget is doubled, and we've opened up all kinds of parks and things like that. So everything's looking good. Our reserves are looking good, so that's nice in case we ever have a downturn where we need to be able to fund things that we're not bringing in on property tax or something if houses take a big hit like 2008. So it's a good report. Everything looked great in my opinion. So well
Is that a
done.
modified opinion?
Unmodified opinion with no findings. So except for that one font. But anyways, that's all I've got to say about that.
And that's not an audit finding, thankfully,
goodness.
so yeah.
Secretary Lang.
Yeah, so just a very comprehensive, in-depth budget report by CFO Goodell. Thank you for that. And yeah, just some of the stuff that was, just really one of the things that stuck out to me, not just the 3.8% of the 1%, but just that our district staff growth this year of three full-time equivalent employees was pretty awesome to be able to see that we have the funds and such to be able to do that, and to see the reserve where it's at, and just all the projects that we've been able to do within this past year at the district. So thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let's move on to item F, public hearings. I see none. Let's move on to item G, regular calendar.
Item G1, adopt resolution 24/25-17 and authorize the general manager to record the grant deed conveying the title property of APN 067-1370-167, known as Rock Rose Park. And I'd like to welcome up Principal Planner Terry Zeller.
Thank you, Shelby. So tonight we have two regular items, and they're both mine, and they are for the district to assume ownership of two new parks. So I'm going to start with item G1, and it is to adopt resolution 2425-17, authorize the general manager to record a grant deed conveying the real property known as Rock Rose Park. So back in 2021, October of 2021, the district went into a park development agreement with Woodside 05N LP, which is a California limited partnership. And it was actually for the assumption of a portion of the development known as Arista del Sol. So within that agreement, CRPD agreed to accept certain dedicated land, and Rock Rose Park is our first assumption in that Arista del Sol. So it is a 2.12 acre neighborhood park, and it's located at 12799 Mission Peak Way in Rancho Cordova. So The board actually approved the concept plan back in October of 2022, so a little while ago. And the developer has provided us, and it is attached, the preliminary title report. We also have our title insurance and our signed grant deed, which will allow us to take ownership of the parcel. Also, as far as analysis goes, we have confirmed that the park has been built to our standards and to the park development agreement, and all of the paperwork are being brought to the board of directors for its approval, accepting ownership of this parcel. As far as fiscal impact goes, we do have ongoing maintenance costs, and these, like all of our other new parks in the same area, are going to be covered under the Community Facilities District 2018-01. So, again, we are requesting that the board adopt the resolution authorizing the general manager to record the grant deed and allowing the district to assume ownership by conveying title of APN 067-1370-167 to the district. And I can take any questions from the board.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this?
No public comment at this time.
Director Yearwood.
I don't have any questions. I mean, I drove by it. It's a nice little passive park for the neighborhood, for the community around here, that neighborhood, so looks good.
Director Mattis.
Yeah, how come this one has like a sign, because the other ones have monuments?
Oh, that's our new sign.
We have gone to a new style of
Okay.
sign, and this is the first park that has that signage. So,
I like it, it looks good.
yeah,
I like it.
we're getting a lot of good feedback.
Secretary Langman.
You mentioned when it comes to the maintenance, it was taken care of by.
Our community facilities district.
Okay.
Yeah, our CFD 2018-01, it's taking care of all of those parks that pretty much all the ones that we've opened this year.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Vice Chair Sloan.
So I'm only seeing 2 photographs. It's a big green space and then a little area where there's a picnic area, but there's no shade in this park whatsoever.
There are trees that will someday provide some limited
Someday,
shade.
a long time from now.
So, yeah, it's a passive park. It's very
Yeah.
similar to Cypress Park, which
Right.
is a little bit north of there.
So, I was under the circumstances that our new signage had to meet certain requirements in the address, being a certain size for the fire department to be able to read it easily.
Yes.
Does this meet that standard?
Yes.
This is 6 inches? You told me
Yes.
this is 6 inches,
Sure,
okay.
big sign.
And so this is the standard that we're going to for every one of our new parks?
Correct. That's the goal. Yes.
Is it two-sided?
It is. I think there's, was there a secondary photo of the backside?
I just don't, I know, I'm not a fan of the black and white logo at the bottom.
So in the future, right, so this is the sign that we'd like to use moving forward in our park system. Since this park doesn't have a road where you're going to look at the sign as you're driving by necessarily, what we did is it's just front facing. On the back it talks about, you know, our website and asset essentials and where you can report any kind of issue within the park. If it's a sign that we want to put double-sided, then the name of the park will just be on both sides. And already we have the asset essentials incorporated into our park rule sign, so it's already there. But this one, it was best just to do it front-sided. But that's basically our hope, is to use this sign moving forward as our quote-unquote quote park signs, monument signs moving forward.
I don't know, I think it's losing our branding, making it real small in that one little area down below. Our brand is Cordova Rec and Park District, and it's a beautiful logo and color, black and white at the bottom. It doesn't really pop out. So driving by, you're not branding the park district, you're just branding the name of the park.
We'll take a look at that and see if there's something else we can do to make that a little bit larger. Thank you for the feedback.
Anything else? Vice Chair Sloan? Terry, thank you very much. Do I hear a motion on this item?
I move the Board of Directors adopt Resolution 17, and authorize the general manager to record the grant deed conveying title of real property of APN 067-1370-167 known as Rock Rose Park.
Thank you. I have a motion by Secretary Langen. Do I hear, or I have a motion by Secretary Langen. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Director Mattis. Roll call vote.
Director Yearwood,
Aye.
Director Mattis,
Aye.
Secretary Langen,
Aye.
Vice Chair Sloan,
Aye.
Chair Danzel.
Aye. Thank you. Let's move on to item G2.
Item G2, adopt resolution 24/25-18 and authorize the general manager to record the grant deed conveying title of real property of APN 067-1200-054 known as Exploration Park, and I'll turn it back over to Terry.
Thank you, Shelby, and Board of Directors and General Manager. We have our second park, item G2. And again, we're asking for the board's adoption of this resolution. This one is 24/25-18. And this property is known as Exploration Park, and it is a 5.35 acre neighborhood park located at 12145 Hetch Hetchy Drive in Rancho Cordova. So a little bit of background. CRPD entered into a park development agreement with Cressley Homes Corporation back in January of 2019 for the assumption of a portion of the development known as Sunridge Village and marketed as Cressley Ranch. So within that agreement, the district agreed to accept certain dedicated land, and Exploration Park is that land. This is the only public park to be constructed in the Sunridge Village development. The board did approve this concept plan back in August of 2021, and the developer, again, has provided all of the necessary documentation which will allow us to take over ownership of the parcel. We have also concluded that the park has been constructed in compliance with our approved concept plan and in accordance with the requirements of our district standards and the park development agreement. So the grant deed resolution 24/25-18 and the certificate of acceptance are being brought to the Board of Directors for its approval, accepting ownership of this parcel. This park also is going to have ongoing maintenance costs, and the costs for the maintenance of the park are covered through our Community Facilities District, and this developer also is a participant in the Parks and Facilities CFD known as 2018-01. And so we are looking for the adoption of that resolution so the general manager can record the grant deed, and I can take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any comments for the public?
Not at this time.
Thank you, ma'am. Director Yearwood.
Well, I've got the pleasure of watching this park built from the ground up, since it's right down the street from my house. So I know I'm excited. I know my neighbors are excited. It looks great. And so I'm just excited for the fences come down tomorrow. It'll probably be pouring, but the fences will come down nonetheless. That way those kids don't have to hop over it anymore. Because I hate to say it,
That is
there've
true.
been a few folks in there.
We have seen that, yes.
Yes, so.
We're not supposed to go over there, police it.
Oh, I called the cops on them. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't do that. So they weren't doing anything. They were being lazy. They just really cut through. That's all they were doing. It's like, okay, I wish I could still hop a fence like that, but that's I definitely would have walked around. I'm excited for that. So
Great.
I get to see that one every day.
Thank you. Director Mattis?
And so what's the playing surface for that basketball court? Is that asphalt just painted, or?
Yeah, it's an asphalt with a acrylic coating on it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's our standard. It's identical to what we have out at Rosemont Sport Courts.
Okay. And then since this one has the old monument signage, so when do the new signage, so when does that take place for parks going forward?
We are watching it take place right now with Rock Rose Park.
Okay, so then is there any other parks in the inventory that are gonna come up that are gonna have the old monuments, or?
There should not be.
Okay, good, okay. Thank you.
I've only been here 6 or 7 months,
Well, I was
but
just
I
saying, like,
believe
if
that,
if we
yeah.
can still have some, I mean, then now would it be cheaper too to go to this newer
Yes.
setup? Okay.
So if there's a park that needs to have it renewed or replaced in the future, like in the next year, it'll be that new design,
I believe
At
that
Rock
is
Rose.
that is the
Yeah.
plan, yes.
not the headstone? Okay.
Correct.
All right.
We like to know it as a monument sign.
The monument sign.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Secretary Langdon?
No, thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Sloan?
So, well, I'm not a fan of the font that you've chosen here. Looks like Times Roman or something. It's not a easy font to read from a long distance. But
It's the one I think we've been using, right?
It's already etched in stone, it looks like. And I guess we've done some different things with putting some other things on the monument, which is kind of fun. I don't know why Saturn is in the bottom there and the ship's up on top. But does it have things happening in here that you're exploring and finding things while you're walking through this park?
There's no active exploration component to it. It's a space-themed park, and we do have a large piece of art that is a hand holding a meteorite. That is the centerpiece of the park.
Where is that?
I believe that we.
Can't
miss it. Oh, no.
Is it in here? I'm looking for it.
No.
You might not have taken a picture. Isn't that also that stuff that's on the sign on that back wall?
Yeah, that's correct. Very similar to
Yeah.
Hillside Park, we
Mhm.
did incorporate
The back
a
hill.
concrete chute slide onto the hill. And on either side of that slide, wrapping around and kind of enclosing one corner, one portion of the playground area is a rubberized play surface that the
see
kids
that.
can bounce and do their lunar walking on.
Oh,
Oh,
Nice.
is it-
So-
is it got a little
Yeah.
slope to it? A little slope?
oh,
to it?
yeah.
Yeah, it has a pretty good slope, actually. Yeah, it's almost a 1-to-1, so you can do some pretty good barrel rolls down that thing. So,
And then all the monument signs, they have lights, right? Do they light?
I do not believe so. I think
Okay,
the only
so-
light in the park is actually up in the shelter itself.
Okay, then maybe maybe I might want to recommend like in the future exploring, because I know where I live in Gold River, they put in solar lights
Right.
in the ground. They did a really good job. And at first, did this a year ago. I was like, well, those things aren't going to last. But whatever they did, those things have stayed permanent. I know they poured some concrete footing for it.
Right.
To put it in there and shines, and they're solar, and those things work 100%. And they're
Hummingbird
great.
has it. Hummingbird sign is lit. I don't know how that happened, but it is. Hummingbird is lit.
It's lit, yeah.
Mhm.
And it was just, I was shocked at how well preserved, if you think of all the monument signs around Gold River, they all have lights.
Yeah,
on the
I've
ground.
seen the Gold River Park
Yeah.
signs, and I've worked in other agencies where it wouldn't last a half an hour, but
Whatever they did a great job of
Yeah.
putting those things in, and they last, and they're high quality lights. I walked up to them to see what they were. They weren't, Amazon specials. They
right.
were-
Yeah, that's probably testament to how long they've lasted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that I'm looking at that, at the playground area, and there's like a white or silverish, is that a slide back there?
That's the cement slide.
Oh, that comes off of the slopey area?
Yes, correct. It's about a 6.5-foot elevation change between the lower portion of the playground and the walk above. And so there's a walk that connects it, and
Oh, I
then
see.
you can just go down the slide.
So the little corner of the blue on that, where we show the covered area, the corner of the blue is up there on the corner of the slope?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and
That's
it's
the
actually
pavilion.
got a planet with a ring around it. We're assuming it's Saturn, but there's other planets with rings. So
What? I missed that one.
Terry, thank you very
He
much.
didn't want to confirm it with Saturn. He has no proof for.
I can't
he
confirm or
validate
deny.
that. That's all.
Do I hear a motion on this item?
I'll make that motion if I may. I move the Board of Directors adopt Resolution 24/25-18 and authorize the general manager to record the grant deed conveying title to real property, APN 067-1200-054, known as Exploration Park.
Thank you. I have a motion by Director Yearwood. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that one.
I have a second by Vice Chair Sloan. Roll call vote.
Director Yearwood?
Aye.
Director Mattis?
Aye.
Secretary Langen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Sloan?
Aye.
Chair Danzel?
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. Let's move on
Thank
to
you.
item H, Board of Directors items.
Item H1, we have no reports, and item H2 is board member reports.
Director Yearwood, we're going to start down at your end.
I was shocked to discover I forgot all about Halloween at Hagen.
Oh.
It's not on my report, but I'm going to hope it's okay if I do discuss
You weren't there.
Halloween at Hagen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it. Another great event.
No wind this year, thank goodness, so things weren't blowing everywhere. Well attended. It was nice to have our past board member Terry Linebach out there to hand out candy. She loves to hang out with us. And it was great to have everybody out supporting and helping and donating candy. I got a chance to go inside, and inside was just a flurry of activity and all kinds of great stuff going on. A lot of positive feedback from folks. So well done, everybody, and another well attended. It looked a little sparse this year, but I think everybody's doing a trunk or treat now. So we got a lot of competition out there. So next year maybe flamethrowers or something. I don't know, something. Fireworks. They love fireworks in this town. You knew fireworks. Fireworks. Just. All right, that's all I've got.
Director Mattis?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry I missed out on Halloween in Hagen. I canceled last minute because that was going to be like the third or fourth trunk or treat, and so they had enough for what it was. Nothing really except for back in September was the Barktoberfest. Did you guys go to that?
Yes.
You did? Okay. I thought it was a great event, especially for where it was. Hopefully they can continue that and grow in the future. Thank you.
Secretary Langman?
Yeah, so October 26th, the Halloween at Hagen. Just a great time to come out and just talk with people, hang out, pass out candy. The car to our left, if you're facing out at other cars, was pretty hysterical. Got quite a chuckle quite a few times out of them. Yeah, just a really good time. Just great activities, great things for the community to do. My wife brought out our 3 kids, and even though they weren't dressed as much in costume as I would like, they still came out, and of course they got candy, you know. But yeah, just a great time, a great event, and a lot of fun. So I didn't include it on here, but I also was at the campaign whistle stop luncheon October 18th, and I thought that was just a great time, a great event, and everyone did a great job. So that's my report.
And I'm sorry, I forgot to add the
Yes, sir.
the American River Zoom call yesterday. That was a part of that.
That's right. Okay. Vice Chair Sloan?
Okay. October 17th, I had the pleasure of being in the audience to witness one of our own get award for being the newest influencer of the world.
Well.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Shelby Golden was awarded, and I'm really proud of her and proud of the district for giving her the opportunity to become the person that she wants to become. It's great. Next thing was Friday, October 18th. I attended the campaign whistle stop luncheon, which was the Park District's chance to get up there and talk, and I was very, very happy with what we had to say. I thought it was a very successful event. It was well attended. I don't know how many people actually there were, because we're district now, so most of the people who attend the luncheons are, you know, it's a core of the inner core of Rancho. But there were some people there that I knew from Mather, and it was a nice turnout, and I always appreciate the opportunity to get up there and say something, you know, about how proud I am of this district. On October 22nd, I attended the Brecca General Meeting. It was held in a different location this time, but I forget the name. It was a church around the corner, and it was a nice turnout. There's probably I'll say 80 people there. We had Supervisor Pat Hume spoke. We had Sheriff Deputy Sean Woodward spoke, and then we had people from the park rangers talk, answer questions. Highway Patrol, Regional Transit was at there talking about their future stations and stuff like that, and also we had the County Department of Transportation represented there. And there were some questions that were fielded by our district manager, Administrator Patrick Larkin, about the Cassis property. and its future where it is in today's market. And so the next thing I did was Halloween at Hagen. I took a bunch of photos. Every time I go there, it's just an array of people having a good time. Fun, 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 smiles. There seems to be, you know, it's kind of like, it's pre-Halloween, and so they get a lot of candy, and people are walking out with shopping bags full of candy, and it was just, it was hard to find a place to park. It was well attended. I love the all the little obstacle courses, and then the little pumpkin painting thing was kind of nice. That was popular, and the kids in the pool, they're jumping around, having fun, and that's an event that I just love. I would like to dress up and just be in one spot and freak out kids, but I can't. I just have to walk around and take photographs. That's what I do. I'll scare them. You see, one of those cars had this kind of weird zombie in it, and you see the kids coming up to him, and they don't want to come near that. So the next thing was on November 6th, I attended the State of the City at City Hall. And it was a nice event, and it was future thinking of what the future holds for Rancho Cordova, where we are today. It was presented by the mayor, David Sander. I was a little disappointed, and once again, that we didn't get to be as mentioned as partners of the city. So that was one of my disappointments again through that, and I will record that. And I also attended a little bit of the thing on yesterday of the Army Corps of Engineers. And it really seemed to be a lot of the same stuff, where it was a lot of educational, slides and formulas and why we're doing this and why we have to do that. A lot of questions were asked. They were told they were nice questions, but they weren't answered. So we're basically hearing a lot of more of the same thing, and I think the community would like to have some of those questions answered. That's what I'm hoping they come up with the next time. I think that's done.
Great, thank you. My list is short, sweet. Some of the same events that other board members went to. The PSRA Influencer Awards Dinner. Shelby, congratulations on that. That is a big deal. There's lots of agencies throughout the area that we know in this industry, but also that I know personally, and members. Chamber was there, the city was there. Just in our own area, we had 3, but we have the Influencer of the Year, so that's a huge deal right there. Very proud of that fact that we've got that. Halloween at Hagen, always a great event. I love the fact that we had the pumpkins in the pool during the event, so it gave it a little split, and it was warm enough still this year we could do it. If we were to do it today, it'd be a whole other ball game. But we still had warm enough weather at that point that we were able to get things like that done. Great turnout. It was a little lighter this year, but like Director Yearwood said, there are several community groups now that are getting together and doing their own smaller ones, so that does impact. And then on November 6th, State of the City. I've been a resident of this community for longer than the city, so I try and show up there to see what the city is going to talk about every year and what their accomplishments are and their downfalls all at the same time. So it was less attended this year than it has been in years past. Don't know what the reason for that was, but it was definitely a smaller attendance this year than in the past. Other than that, that's the end of my report for this last board period. Let's move on to item I, comments by staff on non-agenda items.
Item I-1 is the district-wide monthly progress report for November 2024, and I'll hand it over to General Manager Patrick Larkin.
Thank you, Shelby. So a couple of highlights from the past month. I attended the City of Rancho Cordova's workshop on the general plan. They were discussing their chapter of active transportation. Myself, Laura, and Andrew attended that event. It was a really well-attended event, and we're happy to partner with the city on those types of chapters they're developing in their general plan to make sure that parks are considered as they're developing it. Again, kudos to our public relations guru here for the Public Relations Society of America's California Capital Chapter Awards Night for the universe, not just the world. Shelby, you're doing an amazing job. We're super proud of you, and I could not think of a better person to have received that award, so thank you. You make us look great, so. This past month, I also, yay.
Thank you.
This past month, I led and facilitated the new district-wide customer service program for all staff by hosting multiple small group training sessions. The new FISH program will officially be activated in early 2025, and I know you all love that training. And so I will be actually providing that training to the board in early 2025, so they're aware of the new customer service philosophy that we will be out there, both applying to internal staff as well as, of course, our residents. So I wasn't able to attend the trunk or treat because the Luigi showed up. And so, of course, he had to come and hand out the candy, and I told you I was going to do it. So it was a fun event. It was fantastic. So thank you to the board for having, again, an amazing trunk for the kids out there. It was well attended, and so kudos to staff for another great event. I love that they're expanding the activities. I especially like the canoe that went under, what is it, it's like a terrible world after all kind of theme. I don't know what it was, but it was pretty cool.
We forgot about the weird
Contact Aquatic Ride, oh
weird
yeah,
science
sure.
guy.
See how I twisted that?
Haunted aquatic ride.
Well, you know, hey, weren't people like jumping out of the water and scaring them and stuff?
Were there
So-
people inside
Yeah.
doing stuff too crazy?
Oh, yeah. So I attended, along with Laura, the Sacramento County staff provided a training and update on their public finance plans and urban service plan guidelines. We have already taken those forms and activated it for a development proposal that has come through. I'm happy to see that the County of Sacramento staff are being very communicative. They're trying to get organized. And I'm super happy that the direction we're going in is lending itself to a little bit more efficiencies and ease in working with that. So I hope that continues as we start to develop the unincorporated area of Sacramento County in our district. I hosted an annual leadership retreat for the leadership staff. We volunteered at the Rancho Cordova Food Locker to give back to the community. Then after that, we had a nice lunch and we had a nice virtual reality afternoon. So after that, we also attended the retirement party of our beloved city employee, Elizabeth Sparkman, who announced her retirement, but she'll be back in a month or so as an annuitant with the city. So we're looking forward to her return. We celebrated our veterans at the Neal Orchard Senior Activity Center. We served lunch to them. It was a great event. That event is really pulling on your heartstrings. It's such a great opportunity to give back to our seniors. We had one special guest there. She was an 89-year-old veteran from World War II, and that was amazing just to have her there and represent World War II. That's not very common these days. We met with legislation staff from California Special Districts Association to discuss legislation pertaining to CRPD. They're in a recess right now, and they're going to be gearing up for 2025. There was a lot of things on the legislative menu in 2024. Thank you to Laura. We met with CRPD's legislative person quite often, actually, this past year to kind of push back some of the potential legislation that could have been devastating related to them referring our Quimby Park, or the Quimby law, and considering it more like a fee, which it is not a fee, it's a law. And so we've done a lot of educating, and I'm hoping that we can continue to help both CARPD and CSDA with their legislative advocacy in 2025. So we're off to a good start by preparing and talking about it in November of 2024. We had that annual, hosted the Budget and Finance Standing Committee meeting. the annual comprehensive financial, oh yeah, Matt does like an applause.
What was the font? What
His
font?
annual comprehensive financial report draft, and the auditors are wrapping up the final report, and we are looking to land it in December, right, Matt?
Yes, that's the goal.
That is the goal. We're gonna come to December with the audit. We hosted also the monthly internal CIP team meeting, discuss current projects that we are on to for the year. Today, we interviewed first rounds for the golf course manager, so we should be hopefully wrapping up that recruitment within the month or two and have someone landed hopefully at the beginning of 2025. Also, congratulations to Jill Nunn. She was reelected as an at-large representative for Capri Board of Directors for the next 4 years. Thank you for representing us. We love having you on that to make sure that we are doing best practice in risk management, and we can always learn from other districts, maybe what to do or maybe what not to do, right? So thank you for representing us on that. The Hagen Community Park concrete walkway project has substantially completed. There are some additional things that need to be done, which will be done after the weather heats up a little bit and we can pour asphalt to complete the project in the parking lot area. There was some grading that needed to be completed as well. But if you go out there now, you'll see that the sidewalk project is completed. For the most part, you can now go around the pond and access the American River Trail from internal trails inside the park. We also worked very closely with the live steamers to make sure that the trains can still go over those tracks to where it kind of crosses over there. So thank you for them for being involved and engaged and cooperative with us at that project. And with that, excited to open up 2 new parks. That makes 5 new parks for this year. That's incredible. So kudos to the staff for working really hard, staying on time and on budget. It's amazing. So thank you, Laura. Thank you, Terry. And thank you, everyone, for supporting that huge lift this past year. So amazing. And at that, I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Parks and Recreation, Jill Nuns.
Thank you. Obviously, we've talked a lot about Halloween at Hagen. I appreciate the board coming out and doing a trunk or treat, as well as Patrick Larkin and his family, as well as our foundation was out there as well. So thank you to everyone. But I also need to give a huge shout out to our staff. They work very hard to make sure that this event is a really fun and exciting event for our community, and each year they just keep elevating it more and more and more. So appreciate the staff, and other than fireworks, we'll continue to elevate the event each and every year. But thank you again for coming out, and thank you to staff. At the golf course, we're very proud of our staff for hosting another UCP golf clinic with PGA instructor Micah Young. This clinic is just a huge success. We're really proud of the turnout. We're up to 16 UCP clients that are learning the game. And so we're looking forward to another one on November 23rd, which may get rained out, but hopefully not. And then just moving into year 2025 and continuing with that partnership with them, and also to bring other programs other than golf to our district. So stay tuned for that. The Teen Adventure Group TAG, oh my gosh, what an incredible year so far that we've started with the 24-25 school year. We have 23 registered members. I mean, we just continue to watch, this program grow. And even though right now it's a grant-funded program, this just shows you how much excitement that this community is looking for to get out in the outdoors and do different things than they typically will do in any kind of park and recreation agency. So great turnout. Again, thank you to staff for hosting all the wonderful events and activities for this TAG group. Great job. Senior programming, Patrick already kind of mentioned the big event was the November 7th Veterans Day celebration. What an impactful, celebration that is each and every year. And again, a shout out to the NOSAC team that they continue just to serve our community in ways that are just very impressive, very humble, and Heather and her staff do a great job. I was out there today for the Thanksgiving Day luncheon, same thing. It's just amazing. So great job by Heather and her staff, and then also by that senior advisory board, the Cordova Senior Advisory Board. I mean, you want to talk about a bunch of individuals who really care about the senior community and making sure that they elevate and help out and assist where they can. And so thank you to that advisory board. We really couldn't do it without them. And so another shout out to them. Park Services is just a little busy this past month. I'm not going to read all the projects that Jim and his staff were able to accomplish, but dear goodness, those are some pretty major projects, and they're every month they just have more and more that they're you know, trying to get finished and get renovated or get, you know, done in our parks. A lot of infrastructure needs, you know, a little TLC, and Jim and his staff are just really knocking it out of the park. Now, we're gonna have to put on hold a little bit some of that, because here's leaf season, right? Thank you to this weather. So we'll be doing a whole bunch of picking up of leaves, but overall, thank you, Jim, and your staff for the incredible work that you guys are doing out there. Marketing communications, Shelby, I'm just gonna give you another shout out. I'm really proud of you. I'm proud of all the work that you do for this district. You are not a self-serving person, and so it's awesome for you to win this award, because you deserve it more than anyone. So thank you for bringing our district to another level. Congratulations again.
Thank you. It takes a team, so thank you.
Speed out.
And speaking of the marketing communications team, Shelby and Elena have been out and about in the community this past month. They were at Explore Rancho Cordova's job fair. They did the City of Rancho Cordova's Good Neighborhood Day. They were at, obviously, Halloween at Hagen, and then they went over to the Sacramento Children's Museum Trick or Treat. And what they do at these events is they highlight CRPD and the parks and the events and the programs that we have, because we're open to everyone, right? We want everyone to be able to enjoy all of the programs, all of the events, in all of the parks that we have in the district. So I appreciate you guys and the other staff that help out, making sure you get the word out to our community about who CRPD is and what we have to offer. So thank you for that. And with that, I'll go to our Board of Directors special event invitation. So we have the Christmas tree lighting event, which is hosted by the Cordova Community Council with fireworks at the Village Green.
Rain or shine?
Rain or shine, on Sunday, December 1st from 4 to 7:30, and the tree is somewhat up. Now it just needs to be decorated. Well, you need to get decorated and fluffed.
It's fluffed, it's not decorated, it does not get decorated because
Okay.
those become black spots when the lights come on.
It's up
It's up.
and fluffed, and it's ready to go. So December 1st, 4 to 7:30. Usually fireworks and the lighting of the tree happen around 7 o'clock. Breakfast with Santa, which is one of our programs at the Neil Orchard Senior Activity Center, Saturday, December 7th. There's either a 9 a.m. seating or a 10 a.m. seating. People can sign up ahead of time, but you as a board, stop by whenever you'd like to. We would love to have you out there. And then our Winter Wonderland, which is another activity on Wednesday, December 18th at 11:30 a.m. And with that, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's move on to item J, informational items.
Item J1 is our articles, correspondence, and public outreach. This month we have 2 letters, 5 articles, and 2 newsletters. Item J2 is our CRPD calendar for November and December. We do have an addition to the calendar, so the outreach meeting for the future community park at the Ranch Development will be on Tuesday, December 3rd at 6 p.m. in this boardroom. And as we get closer, we'll be sending out some information on that.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Where is it?
At this time, we're going to move to item K, closed session. Ms. Golden?
This evening, we have 4 items for closed session. K1, liability claim pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9, claimant Dale Pasafume, agency claimed against Cordova Recreation and Park District. Item K2, liability claim pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9, claimant Jeremy Fibula, agency claimed against Cordova Recreation and Park District. Item K3, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to California Government Code 54957, titled General Manager. And item K4, Conference with Labor Negotiator pursuant to California Government Code 54957.6, Agency Designated Representative, Chair of the Board, and Unrepresented Employee, General Manager.
Thank you. We will recess. We were going to close session, so we're going to go to a recess at 7:29 p.m.
It is. That room is hot, actually. Maybe that's what. So you do the staff report at this point? Okay.
Did you need a copy? Yeah, I need a copy.
Ooh. Marathon day. I'm on 17 hours right now. It's an early one. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. If you've been up since 6:30, how many hours is that? 12. 17?
So Brian is also reporting out on the two other closed sessions.
Oh, yes, thank you. Does he need
Let's not forget about that.
language for that?
Sorry, guys.
Do you want me to grab one of the blue sheets?
We had a font issue.
Your font issue?
Yeah.
Darn it.
Brian, do you want some language for the first two topics?
No,
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
until I screw up and then Shelby can reach across.
Hey, do you
the
want to
side.
do anything for the
be
Lincoln
fine.
Village Santa Parade?
Are we what?
Do you do anything for that? Lincoln Village Santa Parade?
Santa Parade, we haven't.
Do you want to? You think about that?
I can ask the staff.
It's December 12th.
Let's talk afterwards.
What's this?
This is.
Good, Shelby? I'd like to reconvene to open session at 11:36 PM. The report out on item K1, the board unanimously rejected the claim. On item K2, the board unanimously voted to reject the claim. On item 3, public employee performance evaluation. That was completed. I'm not sure quite how to report out on that one, because it was,
Just, there's no report.
there's no reportable action. And item K4, the board has met, and now we will move to item M1.
Item M, tentative additional action item, M1, is to amend the employment agreement between Cordova Recreation and Park District and Patrick Larkin, General Manager, and I'd like to welcome up Human Resource Manager Andrea White.
Thank you, Chair of the Board and Board of Directors. So this staff report is just a reference for you to use as a guide to have a discussion and vote on amendments of the employment agreement with the Park District and General Manager Patrick Larkin. And so you'll see in the analysis, there are several sections for your consideration. The first one is to amend the title or the classification from District Administrator to General Manager, which is the title that's he's been using. The second update is for the dates and the timing of the performance evaluation, which is Section 8 of his employment agreement. There's an amendment to subsection B to change to December 31st on non-election years and November 30th on election years. And subsection D is to change the date from March 1st to December 31st for the closed session to provide the performance evaluation. Potentially, you could also vote on, for number 3, section 9, under termination. And the last item would be section 6 for compensation. I did put in on fiscal impact. The first items do not have a fiscal impact, but obviously compensation does. And so I've listed his current salary and just a rating scale, just so you have that as a reference. So if the board desires, the new terms could be approved, And I listed out the motions if that's something that you're interested in discussing and amending. With that, I'll leave it to you to discuss, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Great, thank you. I'm going to ask the question, I know the answer, but do we have any public that would like to comment on this?
We have no public at this time.
Thank you. Wasn't sure if we got any emails while we were out, so. So gentlemen, there are several items here that need to be voted on. So I will request a motion. I'll just make the motion, and then if somebody wants to second it, unless somebody else wants to make it, then we'll just get done with this. I move the Board of Directors amend the employment agreement with Mr. Patrick Larkin to update the job classification title throughout the employment agreement form, District Administrator, to his current title, General Manager. So
I'll second that.
Chair Danson makes the motion, Vice Chair Sloan makes the second. Roll call?
Director Yearwood?
Aye.
Director Mattis?
Aye.
Secretary Langen, my apologies.
Aye.
Vice Chair Sloan?
Aye.
Chair Danzel?
Aye, thank you. Does anybody want to make a motion on the second?
I'll do it.
Thank you.
I move the Board of Directors amend the employment agreement with Mr. Patrick Larkin, Section 8, Performance Evaluation. Subsection B, amend date of April 30th of each year to December 31st on the non-election years and November 30th on the election years.
Second?
I have a motion by Vice Chair Sloan, and a second by, who was the second?
The secretary.
Oh, Secretary Lang. Roll call vote?
Director Yearwood?
Aye.
Director Mattis?
Aye.
Secretary Langen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Sloan?
Aye.
Chair Danzel?
Aye, thank you. Somebody like to make the next motion?
I'll move the Board of Directors amend the employment agreement with Mr. Patrick Larkin, Section 8, Performance Evaluation, Subsection D, amend date of March 1st to December 31st of each year.
I have a motion by Director Yearwood. I will second. Roll
I'll
call?
I'll second. You have a
I
second?
already did.
Oh, you'll second.
I seconded it. Roll call vote?
Director Yearwood?
Aye.
Director Mattis?
Aye.
Secretary Langen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Sloan?
Aye.
Chair Danzel?
Aye. Anybody like to make the next motion?
Whose turn is it?
I will make it then.
Please.
I move the Board of Directors the Board of Directors amend the employment agreement with Mr. Patrick Larkin, Section 9, Termination Section E, to state after the hearing of the Board of Directors the Board of Directors may, by 4/5 vote of the Board of Directors, terminate the contract upon finding by a 4/5 vote I'm sorry, I'm getting tired, folks. Experience of conduct justifying termination for the cause as the term is defined in the employment agreement. Chair Dancer makes the motion. Do I hear a second? Hearing none, motion does not pass. Do I hear one for the last item?
Do we have the numbers or what? Why don't you just do it?
You want me to just read it?
Yeah.
I move the Board of Directors amend the employment agreement with Mr. Patrick Larkin to provide the following compensation and/or benefits amendments. So that would be moving to Mr. Larkin's contract would end at 2030, with year 1 being 11%, year 2, 3, 4 of that being a 7% pay increase. Chair Danzel makes the motion.
Is it right?
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
I have a second by Vice Chair Sloan. Roll call vote.
Director Yearwood?
Oh, I have a question.
Was there enough-
Yes, sir.
That didn't sound right to me.
Was there enough sevens?
I don't think there was enough
Oh.
sevens. Shouldn't there be 111 and 4 sevens?
Sevens? Yes, there should be.
Yes, I had year 1 at the 11%, and then years 2 through 4 at the 7%.
Okay.
And 5.
2 through 5.
5,
Good
it
five.
should be
It's
4.
a total of 5 years.
Okay. Yeah.
Could you clarify that, would it be, the 11% would be effective 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
So it'd be an 11 and then 4 sevens.
Got it.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you for the question, Director Yearwood. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Vice Chair Sloan. Roll call vote.
Director Irwin?
Aye.
Director Mattis?
No.
Secretary Langen?
No.
Vice Chair Sloan?
Interesting. Aye.
And Chair Danzel?
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. This time, I'd like to adjourn to the next regular board meeting of the Cordova Recreation Board of Directors on Wednesday, December 18th, 2024 at 6:30 PM.